Leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry
take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Good morning and welcome to your regular show. This is SBL, hashtag in front of it. That's SOUQ Business Landscape. This is where we talk about not just trending stories, but matters that affect business in your country, affects productivity in your country, affects how we deal, transfer money, lose it, and also market it. Those that are loaning, those that are not loaning. This is where we talk business, development, and the economy. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Today on SBL, we'll be looking at Dangote. There's this beautiful story that has been coming about the expansion of the refinery. It's been on for about 7 days now, but he's taking it a notch further. We'll talk about that. Trump never ceases to leave the news. Now he has decided to, okay, Canada will put a pause. Now let's put figures to this pause. It's also in the news. We'll get to talk about it. Then what's happening with aviation? Festus Keyamo has come up to say, okay, good, let's start this particular bill. If you are spending government money, then you should start looking at spending those money on local content. We'll talk about that too. I'm not alone on this table. I am here with the fair one, Oiprie. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Chooks. I know you always say it's someone that you like to, the kind of people you like to go go into a fight with. But I want to say it's the kind of person I would like to have a conversation with right here and right now concerning some of the stories making the headlines, and also with Amir Mukhtar, who is joining us, whom we always, most of the time, deny him from sleeping. I'm going to bed to join us on the program.
You deny him from sleeping?
We actually deny him.
Everybody should talk for themselves. You deny him from sleeping. Now we also have Amir Mukhtar. Good morning on this side. You tell somebody good night on your own side. Welcome to SBL this beautiful Monday morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you. I'm so happy to be here.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Your voice sounds nice, though. Okay, now let's get straight to our first story for today, and it has to do with Dangote. He's pursuing an expansion. Extra 5 billion is up there. Now, Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, is seeking an additional $5 billion to expand his refinery operations in Lagos. According to newly appointed president and chairman of the board of directors of the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, George Elombi. The revelation came during Elombi's inaugural address at Afreximbank's investiture ceremony held on Saturday in Cairo, Egypt. He disclosed that Dangote personally, put that in quote, reached out to him earlier in the day to discuss the funding request, underscoring the urgency and scale of the expansion plan. The Afreximbank boss said the bank would explore all available financial mechanisms to support the initiative, noting that the refinery is a strategic asset with the potential to reshape Africa's energy security and industrial growth. Dangote's Lagos refinery, which began producing petrol in 2024, is one of the largest in the world, and it seems as a critical step towards reducing Africa's reliance on imported refined petroleum products. The proposed expansion could further enhance its output and solidify Nigeria's role as a regional refining hub. Okay, before we start the official gist and everything, personal communication making official gathering, is it too early?
Personal
communication. Dangote called him personally, and he went to a public gathering.
Okay. I mean, the newly appointed president of Afreximbank. I didn't think it divulged anything that is too big. It's the new man at the helm of affairs of the Afreximbank. Number one. Number two, it is the function of the Afreximbank to facilitate business.
I agree. More personal communications right now.
But no, that communication is personal. However, it is directed to the smooth functioning business operations of of Dangote Refinery's expansion. And he felt the need to bring in the Afreximbank because that is the strategic and core role they play, their core functions.
Officially.
Of course, it's
a personal
communication, but it's an official communication nevertheless.
Okay.
So I don't think.
Now let's look at this kind of communications affecting the market. If Dangote were to be quoted right now,
and it's going to be quoted most likely
because yes. If Dangote were to be quoted right now, those particular personal communications is enough to swing and move the market up, down very fast. Even if without it being quoted right now, it's still going to move European markets that are in the oil sector up, down.
It's going to take them down, actually.
Well, it depends on how you see it.
It's going to take
who is buying, who is selling. Okay, now, Mukhtar, welcome. Let's now look at, do we see Dangote's infrastructure, we as a people, Africans, Nigerians, majorly Nigerians, are we seeing that particular infrastructure as a national asset that we need to protect? Are we seeing it enough as a national asset that we need to protect?
I think so. I think we've seen that because earlier on when we started having fights from the petroleum marketers and from other unions and sister unions, going to come forth, we saw the disposition of the government. First of all, what did we do? We took the route of getting this product for naira, crude for naira. So I think that disposition says it, that we are considering or looking at it from the national perspective, that look, it is a critical national asset. Recently also, we have two very big politicians from the National Assembly, including the Vice President, making statements that the current unhealthy relationship or unhealthy news that made the rounds between the Pengassan and Dangote and the oil marketers should not be, we should not allow that sort of critical national asset to be, drawn into unhealthy union practices that might mar the production and the productivity, the efficiency, and all other benefits that will accrue to Nigerians in terms of job provision indirectly and direct job provision for the country. And also looking at it not just only nationally, it also expands to the continent-wise, because if you look at the speech of the newly inaugurated man at the helm of affairs of Afreximbank, he's looking at it from a continental perspective, that look, this is for the purpose of energy security, where you see most other refineries in Europe that are beginning to lose the market because of the operation and the function of the Dangote Refinery. Most people don't even take their products out anymore. They are looking at establishing a business with Dangote Refinery, and that in itself, it's bringing to pass the words of the former president or chairman, the man at the helm of affairs of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi, who said that Africans, when they trade with themselves, when they do business with themselves, then to an extent we can be moving toward our favored destination, and we're looking at industrialization. And we must say, with the main source of production for oil and all other ancillary goods, that Dangote is going to produce, talking about the polypropylene, the fertilizer, and every other thing that may come as a result of this, is going to facilitate other jobs. Other industries are going to sprung up, and they are going to be strengthened in carrying out the job. So this effect is just beyond a national asset. I dare say it's a continental asset.
Okay, while you're looking at it as a continental asset, Mukhtar, I'm coming over to you. Now, aside us seeing this as the question up there as a national asset, let's take a look at, there is this particular media company in South Africa. We all know it. They are here. We are their major subscribers, to be precise. And back home in South Africa, they are listed, and they have a unique way of ownership by South Africans. Right now, we are having this particular news that by 2027, 10% of Dangote is going to go out there. Are we looking at Nigerians coming out to own this particular facility because government has failed with NNPC refineries, and now we have this working? How are they going to pave way for more people to come into this particular sector and play majorly?
Dangote Refinery is here. I think Nigerians have always seen Dangote Refinery as our own and as a national asset. But past few months, Dangote has come under several attacks about monopoly. And it has, kind of like make Nigerians see it, few Nigerians see it differently, as somebody that is giving us a Greek gift that, okay, if he finally eliminates all the competitions in the market, he might not be favorable to us. But any way we want to look at it, it's still a national asset. We can already feel its impact in our FX, because our FX spending on energy has reduced drastically. He's earning a lot of FX. He has become the net exporter of Jet A1 to the US. That is a lot of FX for the economy. We are looking at the impact in the labor market. He has employed so many people, about 20,000 direct job. And we can see he's even trying to scale, despite being the largest single train refinery in the whole world. He's still trying to get about 20, increase the refinery by additional $5 billion. And with NNPC's interest in the refinery. NNPC currently have 7.2% stake in the refinery. It is a Nigerian asset. It is a national asset for us. And there's no government policy that stops anybody from coming into the sector. Boa Refinery that is being built in Akwa Ibom, according to the company, is meant to start production this December. So if anything, I believe by first quarter, we should start seeing BUA products in the market. And I believe he is going to dominate the South-South and the Southeast markets. If the location of the refinery is anything to go by. So we encourage more people to come in. Government should continue to make the industry transparent, make favorable policies, make the economic stable, the currency stable, to encourage more people to come into the industry, because we as Nigeria and as Africa, we are strategically positioned to produce energy that is cost, I want to be careful with my words, that is cost effective. Why do I say that? We have the crude, and then the labor here is affordable compared to Europe and America. We know our minimum wage in Nigeria, for example, and we know the national minimum wage in Europe and America. So if we look at 20,000 labor in a refinery, we can do a quick mathematics and see what the labor wage, the disparity in the labor wage of a Nigerian refinery and a European refinery. So I feel like this is something that we can take advantage of to corner the global markets in terms of finished petroleum products, cheaper finished petroleum product, and we can use that to close the gap of our unemployment. So it means if we have 10 or 20 refineries with average of 20,000 employments, that is so many normal direct jobs. We're not, talking about their dependents and indirect jobs that we can bring in. So, and, experts have also said that we can get up to 30 sub-industries from direct petroleum product like petroleum baby jelly, engine oils, transfusion oil, so many other products, industrial chemicals can come in, and they are going to be employing a lot of people. So I just want to encourage government and Nigerians to continue to support Dangote and other local players, and make sure that the sector allow other people to thrive, so as to avoid the monopoly that everybody is talking about. So everybody win.
Okay, now talking about this monopoly of, in quote, now we say free market, we say liberalization, we call it deregulation. We can give it any name that suits us. But the question we still need to ask ourselves, over the years, we've depended seriously on importation. And even in the last 1 year, we've still had a lot of CBN having to scratch and dole out well over billions of dollars for people to still import refined petroleum products. Now we are looking at what exactly are we paying in return for this particular FX that is hard-earned, but now we have to now spend it on product that we can readily, if we pinch ourselves, produce here. How can we start getting these two parties to collaborate and reduce importation and get those importing to finance or commit their funds into a local refinery?
Okay. First of all, one thing, some of the benefits that the Dangote refinery, has come to do, not only does it, assert the continent of Africa as a private-led initiative in terms of development towards industrialization. Petrochemicals, refined product, fertilizer corporations, you name it. But one thing we must do is this. In order for us not to give credence to what the criticism and those who are criticizing Dangote's refinery or himself, the business umpire from that same monopoly, we must allow all parties and all stakeholders to come into play in the industry and in the sector.
When you say all parties, which of the parties? Importers or other people that are building refineries?
Importers, those who are building refineries, those who are not building refineries, marketers, those who...
Marketers take off from those importing or from Dangote as refining?
From both. Okay. So those who are importing, who are still importing. I know that annually when you look at it, we are still importing petrol to the tune of $10 billion. Annually.
How can we cut that down?
No, cutting that down must not be, driven by a stick. Must not be, I'm coming, just
most of them source their FX from the CBN.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
And that puts a lot of pressure on us as a people.
Yes.
Good. So how can we start reducing that pressure on CBN?
Reducing that pressure is only to allow local investment in the same industry to pick up, increase.
How can we fast track that?
We cannot actually. It is not a decision that the government can say, oh, this is what we want to do. Are you saying that the government should stop giving forex to those who are importing? No. We have a large market. Dangote alone cannot completely cover that market. I'm sorry. So if we are coming in, if BUA is coming in and according to Amin and is trying to take over the south and the southeastern market, that is excellent. That is good. What about the north? What about the north central? What about the southwestern part of the country? So if we have those who are still importing, we have Dangote is not only servicing the local and domestic Nigerian industry or market, he's also taking over Africa and he's also going to some part of Europe with regards to the specificity of the product that is required there that he is producing. So if we tend to want to beat down other investors because we feel they increase or their activities or their business activities some sort of put a pressure on the Naira, I want to let you know that even Dangote's area of play bring some sort of balance of payment for the country.
Okay, while we are looking at that balance of payment, we're not trying to get anybody off the market, off their business. All we are asking is good. Over the years, before the advent of Dangote Refinery, everyone was depending on importation.
Yes.
Now that even before we started leaning that side, we had subsidy that was also fleecing the country.
Yes.
Tea-free, to be precise. Now subsidy is gone. Importation is still there. How can we cut down on importation? Remember, we also had a part of them that were importing blending in Malta. It's not like 4 or 10 years ago. It's just like a few months ago. So how can we say, okay, good and fine, guys, if we are giving you 10 billion, next year we are giving you 2 billion. We can give you that 10 billion to look for how you can come together and start a refinery, even if it's not Nigeria. There is Angola. Start it in Malta. We don't have a problem.
Fine.
But let's look at building this particular sector and making more money for us instead of spending efforts outside.
But we have to look at the body language of investors. And if we're looking at the body language of investors, we must not, hoodwink or pressure investors to focus on a specific area of investment. If we are going to do that, we have to do that by also extending the liberty for them to take their initiative to do what they want, given what exactly they are looking at to also make returns.
They are looking at
most especially because if you tell them we're going to do this, we're not going to give, if we're looking at $10 billion forex that we've been advancing to you, and we are going to take it down to $5 billion, what if if that strengthens the monopolistic tendencies of the biggest stakeholder, the biggest player in that industry, to the extent that they are completely subsumed under the economic prowess and under the economic umpire of that accusation that they have leveled against him as a monopolist. So the thing is, by the time we begin to raise local investors who have seen, BUA has seen Dangote, they are emulating that. Let's see other people, other investors are going to look at BUA and its way, how it's contending, not only with Dangote, how it is supplying and, giving them, focusing on the market of the southeast and the southern part of the country. Let's begin to see that other investors are going to come up. I'm going to focus on the different regional part of the country in order to satisfy that market. And why they are satisfying that market? Because they equally want to get foreign earnings. They are equally, Dangote will not be the only one satisfying or exporting to other countries, whether in Europe or in the continent of Africa, which is going to be fetching dollars and pounds. And that in itself is good for the Nigerian naira. So we should allow it. Before Dangote came in, how many percent? If we're talking about cutting down on importation, how many percent? Now Dangote is in. Can we boastfully say we have cut down about 40% of our imports of premium motor spirit and other goods that comes with it? Well, maybe or maybe not. I'm looking at the numbers.
That's where transparency comes to play.
Great. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the numbers. So let's just say Buan is now completely up now. The percentage that will be cutting down will grow. So if another investor comes in, the same percentage will grow. So little by little, we are completely phasing out the importation of this product that will cost, that always put pressure on the naira, because when we start putting it side by side,
are we facing it off, or making it unattractive?
Yeah?
Are we facing it off, or we are gradually making it unattractive?
I think we are facing it off.
Okay.
We are not making it attractive.
Making it unattractive.
Because if we are making making import attractive.
Unattractive.
Okay. The aim is to make import unattractive. So if we are making import attractive, I don't think the marketers will be crying.
Okay. Mukhtar, let's get to you on this particular one. We need to argue about. You talked about we saving on FX, but if we don't take drastic moves, this particular thing is going to continue, because it's a Nigerian trend. We had NNPC refineries that were not working for more than 20 years. Yet money kept going in there. Nobody, as we speak right now, has been jailed, or an administration has been jailed. How can we look forward to saying with time we'll make importing unattractive?
Okay. You see, the importation window that is still open is a Trojan horse, and is the reason why we are buying, I dare say, is the reason why we are buying Dangote's for that price. And even the imported fuel is a Trojan horse that the Nigerian government, the brilliant thing that the Nigerian government has done to check the markets, because they've seen that the petroleum products importers and Dangote, who is a local refiner, are at loggerhead. So government is using that opportunity to pitch them against each other in order for them to bring down the price. So whoever is giving the people the biggest, the cheapest price, have the market. At the beginning, Dangote said he's not going to reduce the price of his products, that the imported fuel are bad fuel, that these are fuel that that won't move markets in Europe and America. That's the kind of fuel they are dumping in Nigeria. I don't know if we remember this. And everybody say, well, this is what we've been using for 50, 60 years. We'll continue to use it if it's cheap. And then he was forced to bring down his price. So if we stifle the importation, what we are likely to see is the real monopoly in place. We are going to be at the mercy of Dangote Refinery. They are going to fix their price however they see fit. But this importation window checks Dangote. And that is why today Dangote has reduced our importation of finished products to 20% of our consumption. So meaning 80% of our consumption is from Dangote. And Dangote, I would like to correct what Mr. Priye said. Dangote Refinery can satisfy Nigeria's demand. Dangote Refinery can meet all of our demand and still have about 40% to export. It's the single train biggest refinery in the world. So at this point, if any player is coming into the market, they are no longer looking at the domestic market. They are looking at importation, especially to countries around us, Cameroon, Niger Republic, all these countries that we share border with, because it's going to be cheaper to export to them. He pays those countries to bring in this finished product through pipeline that both countries can build together, rather than bringing in ship from Europe, ship from Europe, the logistics alone is going to make the energy price go astronomically high. So government needs to leave this window. And if we look at America, America is an oil producing nation too. Dangote can only become their net exporter of jet A1 if they still have the export window open. And the only reason why it could have beat that market is because he's bringing cheaper fuel, which can be as a result of cheaper labor in Nigeria. So we need to, because energy is very, very important. We know what happened if there is 10 naira increase on anything petroleum product, it affects everything from transportation to cost of food to cost of service. You go there to cut your hair, your barber is going to tell you that our fuel is gone up, so I have to put 500 naira on what I charge. So it's something that is very, very critical. So he needs to be managed. And whenever you give anybody the single power to do anything, you cannot trust what they are going to do with it, because a single 50 naira on the price can upsurge so many things, can make our life difficult real quick within 24 hours. So the window should be there like a Trojan horse to check on indigenous refinery. And for the refinery to survive, they will have to give us a better deal, because it makes no sense if imported petroleum products is cheaper than locally produced. So how are you producing in Europe and America, paying that so much cost to produce, and it's cheaper than Nigeria with the cost of labor and the favorable conditions that we have here? Dangote Refinery is cited at a free trade zone. That comes with so much benefit, so much, tax holiday for some time. So how can you produce something and is more expensive than something that is coming from Europe? So I like the strategical way of government keeping the local refineries on their toes.
Okay, thank you very much. It's up there, and we are saying this. We all need to support individual local businesses here, funded with Nigerian Naira, and growing Nigerian Naira and bringing FX in. Also, just like he said, those particular windows that are open should checkmate every other person. Now let's get to the aviation. There's a story here coming from the minister himself, Festus Keyamo. Now, the minister has proposed legislation mandating all public officials to patronize Nigerian airlines when traveling internationally. The move, he said, is aimed at strengthening the nation's aviation sector and supporting local carriers in expanding their global reach. Speaking at the stakeholders forum in Abuja, Keyamo argued that local airlines should be given preference for official international travels as a matter of national interest and economic strategy. He noted that the approach mirrors practices in other countries where government functionaries actively protect and promote their flag carriers. The minister said the proposed law would not only boost the revenue and viability of Nigerian airlines, but also encourage improved services, standards, and competitiveness. He added that the Aviation Ministry would work with the National Assembly to advance the proposal into a bill. This is where we are as we speak. Now, Priye, we talk about prudence, we talk about cutting down on government spending. We'll look at what are the key priorities in this particular. Why should we still see government functionaries spending government money on international companies while we have Nigerian companies that can offer same service? Why?
First of all, Festus Keyamo, senior advocate of Nigeria, our former human rights activist, jumping into the governing class, and to a large extent, we can see that his policies, since its inception and into government, managing different portfolios, and now the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace and Technology, our aviation, is up, and he has upped the ante to the level where any other person that is going to jump into that place, and it needs to perform at that par or higher. It doesn't have to go down. Now, this is brilliant. What are the targets? Strengthen local carriers, boost revenue base, and foster national pride through policy-backed support. In America, there's a Fly American Act, including France, in the aviation industry, in the aviation sector. So, yes, now we do not have a Nigerian carrier, right?
Nigeria-owned carrier.
Nigeria-owned carrier.
Yeah, but we have Nigerian flagships.
We have Nigerian flagships. So, if a Nigerian-owned carrier was in place, it would have been an express law.
But that doesn't matter. We have Nigerian flagships. We have Nigerian flag
No,
carriers.
I know. I'm just trying to paint a picture here. If we have Nigerian personal-owned carrier, there would have been an express law.
Do they have the US-owned carrier?
I'm coming. So we would have, there would be a law expressly stated that for all logistical movement within and outside of the country to conduct government business, this is what you must use the Nigerian old carrier. Let's just say we have the Nigerian Airways. That's what you are going to use. An alternative would be Nigerian domestic carriers. Or that be the next alternative.
But
and there is
that is what Keyamo is proposing. That's
yes.
what Bill is proposing.
Yes. So do you need to be told?
That is the question in the first place.
Do you need to be told? Do you need to be told as a government official?
Spending our money.
Spending the Nigerian money, and you're using a foreign airline for, is it called ESTA code or what is it called? You're using you're using the foreign airline. For that, why would you do that? So there are some things that we don't need to be told, that you just have to do it. And in an instance where you are not doing it, and the minister is coming up with this, because what the minister is saying that we look forward to making this a bill. I can't wait for the bill. And the policy that the president has mooted in this administration, that buy Nigerian first or add 30% before export, all those things, I think it should be itemized and put out as a law, and we need to stamp it for the operations and in public officials carrying out their responsibility to use these means. Because if we cannot do that, then it is hitting deep into the coffers of the government. And in this, if we are operating at the disadvantage and not at the advantage. So since the Festus Keyamo is coming up with this initiative, I think it will be right for us to toe this line.
Okay.
It will be right for us.
Why we toe this line? Mukhtar, let me come to you. We are looking at Nigerian officials spending Nigerian money, my money, your money, flying Nigerian flagships. And he said, okay, we're going to get a bill to make sure that is what we do. Is this bill in the right course?
It goes without saying. It goes without saying. I don't think it's something that should be legislated, but this is something that every patriotic Nigerian should do. And if you are drawing your salary from the purse of the government, if your life is being funded and paid for by the tax naira from Nigerians, you should spend their money on companies that provide jobs for them. It goes without saying. And it's very, very disappointing that government officials don't know the kind of power they sway in our economy and in how much they can sell Nigeria. I give you an example. The official fleet, I'm indicting the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His official car is a Cadillac Escalade. That's an American car that you barely see in Nigeria. And since he got that car when he got to office in 2023, we can see a lot of celebrities riding the same car. KC, Naira Marley, LD Didon, so many of them. Even Portable has a smaller model of the same car, and you see him bragging, I drive what the president is driving. So that is how much influence the government official and the Nigerian politician, that's how much influence they have. Everybody look up to them. People want to live the kind of life that they live. So if you start patronizing our local airlines, our local produce automobile, is going to help the industry. And when this industry grow, what is going to happen? They are going to be able to employ more people. And beyond that, when they grow, they'll be able to have what we call economic of scale. When there is economy of scale, your prices will drop. Because when you are now producing larger or you're operating on a larger scale, your cost is going to drop. And when your costs drop, what is going to happen? Prices of things are going to come down. And these are something that, we elect these these people in office to do. So even by their choices, they can be doing that for us. And it's just very, very unpatriotic. America, for example, the mayor of New York for the past 10 years has been flying Turkish airline. And he was indicted because on some of those trips, he got discounts. And it took the Federal Court of America to remind him that you are a public officer. You should not be taking discounts from foreign companies that might cloud your judgment when it comes to dealing with them, because Turkish Airlines has an office in New York, which is under your purview. So what says you will not be giving them favorable condition or waiving things for them because they'll be giving you discounts? And they even went ahead to estimate the discount that he's been getting to the tune of $100,000 over the years, over 10 years. That all the trips that you've been doing, this is what you've been getting from these people. So tell us how you want to be fair when you are dealing with them, when they want permit to build their office, when their office fire code is not up to code. And, it took President Trump to drop the charges. But that is some of the implications of patronizing, as a government official, patronizing foreign products, because there might be undue influence on you, on policies, on things, which will compromise us as a country. So it goes without saying, as a Nigerian, most especially as a government official, we should always buy Nigeria first to grow our economy. We are talking about keeping our FX. Every time that we buy ticket from a foreign airline on a trip that a Nigerian airline takes, that is an additional dollar that is meant to be kept in CBN for other important things like industrialization, like to improve our life, that we are giving to the foreign countries just like that. And that is jobs that we are taking from our brothers, our sisters, giving to people that don't even really need it, the foreigners.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Everybody there, I hope you're hearing it. It's not just the government officials. You say that the person that is has the money has the say, but hey, if we want to grow this economy, if we want to grow this nation, every one of us must get involved. Spend your dollar best possible way in Nigeria and Nigerian companies. We've got a very short break. When we return, SBL will be right back. Hey, don't go anywhere. We're here for you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Richest is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles' heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes, while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff.
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is still SBL SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, you can join the discussion, join this particular production on all our social media platforms. Go there, follow us, like, most importantly, share. It's SOUQ Television. It's not difficult. Let your friends know what's happening and let's talk. Now, let's tell you what's happening. Rural Economy, Bank of Agriculture, they are in it. Now, Bank of Agriculture and the Immigration Organization. Now, they are coming together and launching a $200 million fund for internally displaced people for rural growth. Now, the Bank of Agriculture, BOI, in collaboration with the International Organization of Migration, they have secured a $200 million livelihood support fund aimed at empowering displaced Nigerians and enhancing rural economic inclusion. The initiative seeks to support internally displaced persons and vulnerable rural population with access to finance, skills training, and macroeconomy enterprise development. It also aims at promoting sustainable agricultural practices, improve food security, and restore livelihoods disrupted by conflict and insecurity, especially in northern Nigeria. The Bank of Agriculture officials say the fund will be deployed through targeted community interventions and implemented in partnership with local cooperatives, NGOs, and state government. The project aligns with the broader national effort to address humanitarian crisis while fostering resilience and long-term economic recovery in underserved communities and regions. Now, my thought when this particular story was flying around was this: Are we looking at resettled internally displaced persons, or we are looking at internally displaced persons within IDP camps? Where exactly are we focusing on? Aside communities that are underserved, are we looking at these people that are already displaced in camps? We're looking at those that have left the camps and have been resettled.
All of them should be included in the frame of things.
If we say all of them, then the next thing I'll now get to ask is, how do we monitor this impact?
They have the numbers. The authorities that monitor and look at the numbers of those who have been displaced by way of terrorism, banditry, by way of even natural disasters, or by way of any other antisocial activities that has had a wide-scale negative impact on Nigerians, know the numbers. And we have internally displaced persons camps, scattered in the northern part of the country, most especially those states that have been bedeviled with banditry and terrorism activities. So they have the numbers. And these camps are not only just living in isolation. Sometimes they have security stemming from the Nigerian police, the Nigerian army. So they have the numbers. And not just that, we know that civil society organizations equally pour in their resources and carry out their own monitoring activities to watch how people fare in internally displaced persons camps and bring reports to the government outside the core, regular, conventional channels that the government obtain reports. The civil society organizations, by way of their benevolent disposition, equally carry out the reports. And sometimes they come to the media to say this and this and this is what the government needs to do to assuage the economic plight of those we have in the internally displaced person camps. My concern is that these monies should get to their hands, because what we are exactly doing is that we are moving away from a humanitarian aid by just giving them what they need to survive to, making them bring some sort of productive inclusivity.
To the persons.
To the persons.
Now we are putting a name to the money.
Yes.
Now we are supposed to be putting names to the money.
Yes.
Okay.
Entrepreneurial for them to engage. Most of these persons, excuse me, most of these people, before these activities of banditry, or before they were displaced from their ancestral lands or from their lands, Some of them used to own houses, used to own businesses within this environment. They own landed properties and non-landed properties. They own businesses. Some of them were employers of labor. Imagine those people moving from employers of labor to the pittance that is coming to them for them to survive in camps by way of they can't work for themselves. They don't have a place to sleep. They sleep in makeshift infrastructure, makeshift structures, and that's when the government that's living, surviving from handouts that the government is giving to them. Now they are going to be moving away from that place to establishing and setting up something from these monies. So the thing is, the government, this is part of it where the government should monitor, not just only monitoring. The government should make sure that the ICPC and the EFCC are carried along, yes, in monitoring the way these funds are disbursed and the people to whom they are disbursed to. We need to have a very, very good list. Or there must be, apart from having conditions on which they've been given this money to start up their businesses, they also, those who do not have businesses before now, need to be tutored and mentored on what they need to.
Training is part of the exercise, and it's Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, so it's more of ICPC.
Yes, yes. So it's more of ICPC. So we need to have people on ground from these government agencies to monitor not only the way the funds have been advanced to these people, which is in form of credit, but most likely it depends on the way they are going to equally channel these monies to use it, not only from their own for their own good, because at the end of the day, they are going to be employers of labor themselves.
Okay.
And this is going to not only take care of their personal needs, but also take care of the needs of their society. And most especially, there must be a plan by the government in returning these people back to their lands where they were displaced. Because if that is not achieved, then all the criticisms and all the suspicion that has been raised from different quarters might just become something that is not far from the truth.
Okay, Mukhtar, I'm coming to you now. Mukhtar, I hope you're there.
I'm here.
Okay, now, Mukhtar, we're looking at a high-level initiative for very low-level, personal, in some cases, basic poor people. Priye talked about ability to resettle them away from the ID camps and take them back to their regions with peace and all the issues resolved. But now we're looking at $200 million. This is a lot. And they've marked out a large part of the north. How can we stand and monitor this particular program to make sure that, apart from the money getting to the people it's going to get to, they are able to utilize these funds and multiply it and be productive?
Personally, I think at least half of that money should be invested in security, because 80% of our ID camps are victims of insecurity. So if we want to resettle them, we have to guarantee their security. So I would like to say, we've been talking about community policing and security at the local level. So I feel like 50% or more of that money should be invested in security on that local level at the grassroots for them. These rural people, they don't want too much from life. They just want peace, be able to go to their farm, be able to go to their markets, and have access to primary health care and what have you. And the number of displaced people that we have to 200 million is not a lot if you look at it from, if you divide it per head. So if you want to distribute this money and give to each person, is not going to go a long way. And, from looking at past experience, during the time of President Buhari, they gave a lot of farmers money in the north to create employment. What did we see? They went on to use the money to marry wives. By the time that the government wants to prosecute, they have over 22 farmers culpable? Where's the deal that we are going to put 22,000 people? So they just have to let them go, and and the money just fizzle into the air. So my own suggestion is to guarantee security for these people while we take them back into their various communities. Houses that are bad in those communities can be fixed. Their roof, their major things, get their water running and all that. Something that is more communal that everybody can benefit. And they can most people in the rural areas, 90% of them are farmers. They can go back to the farm. And that was the initial problem that we have with food prices, because a lot of the farming communities have been overrun, from Maiduguri to Zamfara to Katsina to Kaduna to Middle Belt. They are all farming communities. That was the major problem that we first have with food insecurity and food prices soaring. So we just need to help them settle and secure them. That's the most important thing. They will find the way around their life. These rural people, they are not white collar people. They are not, they can't build businesses there because they are mostly unemployed people. What they know how to do best is farming on high scale, and sending food to the urban areas for money, rearing their cows. And, that's for the northern part of Nigeria, that's what they do in these rural areas. So we should not just send them back to their debts or send them back to go and face what chased them in the first place. We need to secure them. However, we are going to do it. For every problem, there is a solution. Nigeria is not the biggest landmass country in the whole world. America is way bigger than Nigeria, and they can secure every inch of their country. So we need to be able to do that. So however we want to do it, that responsibility is with the government. And experts can contribute and send their ideas, but we have to be able to secure the lives and property of everybody and every inch of this country.
Thank you very much. We have to secure the lives and property of everybody and every inch of land owned by us, yes. Nigerians.
2025, what is the industry, or which of the sectors had the highest chunk in the Nigerian budget? I think that should be security. So looking at $200 million, and if we were to give about $50 or $100 million back into security, we must look at how much that the security has finally got disbursed and allocated to concerning the budget, and how much has been channeled towards catering to the problems that the internally displaced persons are facing. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management itself is equally contributing their own. In fact, I think that's even their core responsibility, to take care of the displaced people. So that $20 million, if we are to be bringing half of it into that place again, to security, to tackling security, or making security measures available, I think we'll be taking too much. Not too much though, but we must allow how much has been prescribed, allocated by the Nigerian budget to take care of those needs. And these should just be focused on these persons. Yes, some of these people own houses. Some of these communities, the government sometimes claims that it is now peaceful, they have been completely secured, and we need to relocate these people back to their house, to these places. When they get back to these places, how are they going to start all over again?
That's where this
monies
are coming into.
So
and also the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Also NEMA, the National Emergency. A whole lot of civil society organizations are working in that particular
space. They're working in that space. But these people, need to get them starting all over again. Because if they are going to be going back to the farms, of course, they'll need seeds to go and plant. They will need to till, and some of them would need a workforce to engage, to work in those farms again, okay. As long as it is completely secure.
Let me bring it this way. Because we are saying the north. There is an IDP camp in Edo State.
South, yes.
And a lot of the people in that IDP camp came all the way from the northern part of the country. So how do we get them, how do we include them in this particular allocation that we are mentioning the north.
The government has the list of IDP camps scattered all over the country, whether it's in the northern part of the country or in the southern part of the country. So when we are disbursing this money, we have to make sure that it covers all the IDP camps. That's number one. Number two, if you look at security, and for us to tackle some of the security, the former Chief of Defense Staff, I think that's General Christopher Musa, I heard him speaking about security, and it said, look, the security needs of Nigeria is very, very humongous. Financially, it's huge. It's not something that we can completely
Is that an excuse?
No, it's not an excuse. In other words, what he's trying to say is that the monies are not enough, because when you hear that the government has allocated a larger chunk of the budget to security, to the ministry, they say, oh, you're having lots of money. He's telling you what these terrorists, what they do, they plant mines, landmines or bombs, and the way they are mined underneath the ground, and they delays the Nigerian army and the Nigerian security agencies from trying to get to where the terrorists are. So even when they are committing some atrocities in these villages, they need to go step by step to figure out all these. I've forgotten the specific name. We call them, I just want to learn, please. These names of these bombs that have been planted. So the Nigerian army need to get them out on the road one by one. So if they're going
so
to
we need to pay $1 million for each of demining or what?
Sometimes they are working in several communities where they need to take down these terrorist activities. And one of the hardware that you need to use to monitor, to get some of these mines, these bombs that have been mined under the ground, for you to get them out, one of them costs about $100,000. So if you are going to be taking $100 million to that place, you're just going to $100,000. That's just 10 communities that is to tell you how sophisticated these bandits and these terrorists are, and you don't want to lose the Nigerian military officers who are fighting these people. So sometimes when you experience some form of delay, you know that they are doing their bidding in the field of fighting terrorism, but it requires both money and a lot of manpower. And that is where, if we are taking lots of money from the Nigerian government, the allocation that has been given to security to take care of that, it in itself, and they're telling you the dollar is now 1,500 naira, and before then maybe the dollar was less, and you see that the money has shrunk. So we should look at that, but you know what, we should not completely forget those from whom we are trying to secure, because after we are done securing them, they need to eat, and this money must be channeled towards that purpose.
Okay, where we are channeling the money is towards the purpose for which it was meant for. We, as a people, we won't take excuse for somebody whose job is to secure us, and you could not do that. You have no excuse.
We cannot say General Christopher Musa didn't do that job. He did.
I'm not talking about
the Nigerian army.
I'm not talking about him, or I'm just saying, if your job is to secure the people, you secure the people. We don't take excuse from that.
And we are glad they are doing that.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our next story, and it has to do with local government. 767 Nigerian local governments lack websites, despite 8.93 trillion naira allocation. Now, despite receiving 8.93 trillion naira, I'll say it again, 8.93 trillion naira in the federal allocations between 2023 and 2025. 767 out of Nigeria, 774 local government areas still lack functional websites. I hope you don't give them an excuse now.
For not having
website. I tell me that they don't have data in their place. Let's keep going. Now, the glaring digital gap raises serious concern about transparency, public accountability, and citizens' access to governance information at grassroots level. Digital governance experts argue that in an age of open data and e-governance, the absence of basic online infrastructure reflects poor prioritization and undermines efforts to improve local service delivery. Okay, this is where we find ourselves. A full functioning local government that is receiving well over $1 billion in this period, well over $1 billion, have no functional website. So, dear Oipre,
Who's
your
giving that
local,
information?
your local
Who
government.
who said about 767 local governments in Nigeria does not have websites?
You just heard
How
it.
can
You
we-
just heard it now.
Who is giving that report?
You just heard it now.
That all the local governments don't have websites?
767, not all. So out of 767, just 740 have functional. There are two different ways of having the page. I had to do a fast one when I read it, and I went straight to that. My local government, lo and behold, we are also victims. So yes, so this is where we find ourselves. People that don't place priority on service delivery.
Okay.
We have no excuse. So where are you coming from?
We have no excuse, and I'm not going to try to say anything, but I'm going to put the onus on SOUQ and those from his local government, and those that the local government into government, because you want to get to this local government as one will live. Sometimes, if not for anything, just to go and check out the level of competence, the capacity, whether it's in the local government. I don't want to mention the Local Government Service Commission because we can be thinking if they actually exist or not, but I'm sure they exist.
They do.
If these are the people that employ those who work in local government. And besides, local government, they have all the manpower year in, year out. If they do not have, sometimes youth corpers go for service and they work in this local government. These are young people who have the knowledge to do in things like that. So if they do not have, how are they going to, upgrade the level of, to know the number of companies that are within the local government, that are doing business in the local government, who pay tax to the federal government, but there are some specific tax that they are supposed to pay to local government.
Non-state actors take care of that.
Non-state actors. So are they going to know those companies? And
for those in Lagos, the Agberos take care of
that. Are they going to know the number of companies that actually pay? And how are they going to give? Obviously, that's the reason why we don't get reports coming from. They know, but
it's the reporting of it that is the issue, because they know when we report, then we have to be accountable. So I'm looking at this from an accountability point of view. You don't want to put out the information of the local government out there because you don't want to be accountable.
No, but the thing is, Chooks, in e-governance, I would not say e-governance is relevant, somewhat a new thing. I wouldn't say it is new, because we see even the states, some of the ministries, department, agencies, some of them don't even have websites. And when they do, they keep it moribund for a long time. It's dysfunctional. It doesn't even work.
Not now.
They do.
Not now.
In states.
No, in states.
Yes, I'm talking about states.
I was talking about federal.
No, not federal. In states.
It still
so
boils down to this same accountability issue.
E-governance, we are not, as far as the local government is concerned, we are not at that place where we can say we are doing anything concerning e-governance, reaching out to the people that within our vicinity, or trying to get relevant information on trying to be, because like you said, they'll be held accountable.
Okay. Mukhtar, I'm coming to you right now. I'm very sure this also hits you like brick. 767 out of 774. No functioning website compared to the amount they've been taking over the years. What excuse do we
have? I'm very familiar with this, and it's something that I'm very passionate about. And I've been following the Ministry of Digital Economy. First of all, we need to understand that Nigeria is not Lagos or Abuja. About 600 of our local governments fall under rural areas. A vast land of Nigeria is still rural areas. I say again, Nigeria is not Lagos. A lot of places, if you go to most states, it's only the capital city that is developed. And the capital city at most has maybe 5 or 6 local governments. The rest of the states, usually 10 local governments, they are rural areas with no connectivity. So how do you expect a local government to run a website when they don't even have internet connection? How do they update the website? And then who are they updating the website for?
Mukhtar, phones work in almost everywhere in Nigeria.
No, I
places that are under the authority of
no, sir. No, sir. I go to my village. My village is in Kwara State. Kwara State is the 10th biggest economy in Nigeria. It's not a poor state. In my village, there's no telephone network. You have to go and climb a tree or climb it. Yes, because it's not there. Why would MTN manage a mast? Do you know how much? Hold on, let me land. How do you know how much it costs MTN to manage a mast? So in a village of 2,000, 3,000 poor people, how much are they spending on airtime for MTN to now put a mast? That is why the federal government is doing the project of 774 connectivity. They started the first pilot, which is 47 local governments in 7 states. They've connected it. Now they are looking for funds to connect the rest. I'm telling you, more than 600 local governments in Nigeria is dark spot. Even in security, if you read the military report, they'll tell you some villages, they have to drive 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours to be able to call to say we are under attack. It's in the security report for over 10 years.
Hold on, Mukhtar. For the military can't give us that kind of excuse because they are supposed to be using satellite phones. If the bandits can use satellite phones, then we don't have excuse.
Okay, like I'm telling you, this is an area that I'm passionate about, that I know how it works. In my village, we have only 8 policemen with no satellite telephone. So if the village, and it's a village of 3,000 people, so if the village is attacked, tell me how you want to, the police, just 8 police, so they just lock themselves up in their police station. And whoever, my village came on the national news about 3 weeks ago. 13 people were killed in Kwara State, in Kwara South. 13 people were killed. And these people came in the morning, and they came around 6 a.m. They were there till like 12 in the afternoon. There was no help in sight. This is a matter that was discussed in the National Assembly. I say again, most of the Nigerian local governments are dark spots because our telecom industry, they don't do CSR. They don't build masts in a place where they cannot make money. So if your community is not a lot of numbers and there are not people that have money that will be buying 5,000 data, 10,000 data, 20,000 data, they don't want to put their masts where they will be running diesel every day to give you network, only for you to be, not making calls or using data.
Okay, Mukhtar, me and you, we know that you don't need to be in that particular village to run that website. Both of us, we know. Me and you, we know that the billions the local government are taking from the federal account. Most times, all the state commissioner of finance go to Abuja to go collect that money. All of them. Me and you also know that this local government chairman, they go to Abuja. Me and you, we know. So they have no excuse for not having a website. They don't even need to. They don't even need to function that website from the village. We know.
Hold on. Hear me out. If you are a local government chairman, are you saying you are going to put your IT department where you don't have internet, you site it in the capital city that might be 4 hours away from your office? How do you even have regular communication with your IT person that is updating the website?
Dear Mukhtar, how many companies are updating and functioning their websites from India and are in the States? It's just communication. It's simple communication. This particular
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. This particular issue you're talking about right now, I'm just giving an example. If your local government had a functioning website that was interactive, and when that issue happened, whoever was managing it was putting out that information from wherever that person is managing it from, don't you think it would have reached more people?
What information are you talking about, sir?
I'm talking about this particular information that happened in your local government, where it was ransacked by bandits.
It's on the national news. It was discussed on the floor of National Assembly.
I'm talking about as of when it was happening. If someone was updating it on the website, it doesn't matter where that person is. People will get. People will take note of it.
The
billions they are collecting. What are they even doing?
Let me tell you what you are saying. I'm saying there is no network. So now, even if I'm in the village, hold on, hear me out. Hear me out, sir. Okay. If I'm in the village and there is an attack and there's no network to tell anybody to communicate with the outside world, how would anybody get the information to update the websites? It's a dark. That's why they call it dark spots. I'm telling you again. Listen to me. Villages sometimes they drive. Somebody will drive for 30 minutes, for 1 hour, for 2 hours to get network to now say we are under attack. Is that bad? And this is a case of life and death. And we know the response, the average response time of security agencies in this part of the world is average of 6 hours before they even move an inch. If you report any crime in Nigeria, averagely it takes 6 hours for anybody to move an inch if they are going to move at all. It's what we know. 6 hours is enough to level a local government. That's what we've been seeing over the years.
Okay.
That's why the government is trying to.
I agree with you on that side. But on the side of each local government not having an information page alone, no, I don't agree with you on that.
I hear you, but I'm saying
that is not from that local government. I just tried checking up something on my own local government, and I was asking myself, we even fall victim to this. We are not in a rural area.
I hear you, but I'm saying we cannot build something on nothing. I feel like the foundation is, and which is what this administration is doing, connect all the local governments to internet. So it should, and they are using fiber cable. So it's not a mast where you need to be buying diesel every day to keep the network. It's cables. So let them run cables to all the local governments so everybody have access. We've discussed this issue on this table. Why we need the connectivity. That is what you are going to build every other thing on. Information, security, education, health. We need that.
But
we need to connect it.
Is that an excuse for them not to have a website?
I mean, when we don't have internet in Nigeria, nobody has Facebook. Facebook is important, or LinkedIn.
I think it's not. It has not been given priority. Most local government have not, have a second thought concerning this and the advantages that present itself just for having a website, and even if it can be remotely operated somewhere else, even if they don't have network there, and also to create this public awareness among the people who are living in their local government that, look, this is a site, it exists, you can pass information through this medium to this specific local government. And it's something that will be taken care of. Now, we're talking about the 774, where the government is trying to leave a fiber optic cable. The government is not only going to do that, the government should also make sure that security is in place to protect us, because it's in this country we've seen people go to vandalize rail lines to cause rail to derail. They've gone to vandalize public infrastructure to remove those, vital part of it. The solar power on the roads, the people climb those poles to remove the solar system that will charge, that will get its charging from the sun, and to power the lights. People steal those things. So whilst the government is taking on that specific huge, humongous project of laying fiber optic cables, it needs to equally, put some form of checks in place so that that gigantic project would not be derailed or be nullified at the end of the day by this miscreant.
Okay. We look forward to having every local government have at least an information page where it doesn't matter where is controlled, where your remote, whoever is wherever, and filling up the place with information. But hey, have a website. You can't have this money is coming in every month, and you can't a functioning website, even if you don't want to be accountable. At least just have something.
And also, this local government are manned by quite, people who are not tech savvy, who don't even want to. That's the reason why an investment. That is the reason why they cannot set up this sort of infrastructure or this kind of anything for them to improvise or have a service. They don't do that, and you can tell where they
don't, or they don't want to.
They don't want to do that because they feel like, look, this is a new thing. Because if we start looking at those who are employed at the local government, at the local government level, look at those who are employed. Some of them cannot even use Android phones.
Who told you that?
Some of them can't even use Android phones.
Let's go to the next story, because this excuse is not holding water.
It's not an excuse. We are looking at something from different perspectives.
Let's tell you something good news before we round up for today. More public service announcement. Infrastructure. Now, Warri Itakwe rail service is resuming on Wednesday after checks. The Warri Itakwe train service will resume operations on Wednesday following scheduled maintenance and safety checks. The Nigeria Railway Corporation announced the move is aimed at ensuring safe and efficient travel for passengers ahead of year-end rush. According to Nigeria Railway Corporation, online ticketing will reopen on Monday to allow passengers plan their journey in advance. The rail service, which links part of Delta, Edo, and Kogi State, has been temporarily halted to conduct thorough inspection of locomotives, track, and other infrastructure components. Authorities assure that all technical and safety protocols have been addressed and passengers can expect improved service reliability. Okay, congratulations to everybody on that neck of the wood. Just know this, the train service is back. And you saw those Naira notes, you have to pay for the service. It's not free. But good thing is back, and as you prepare for the end of the year rush, you are going to have those services back. So congratulations to those there. And to Nigeria Railway Service, big ups, extend your services.
Yeah, it's something good, because we're looking at Edo, Delta, Kogi, business, economic activities, movement. Now, if it's going to be as viable and efficient like the one taking place from Lagos to Ibadan, and then the businesses, people can live there. People can work in Lagos and live there.
And live in Ibadan.
And live in Ibadan. And if you work in Lagos, you earn high, and you live in Ibadan, your expenses become low. So it's not a bad idea at all.
Okay, Mukhtar, thank you very much. What do you have to say to Nigeria Railway Corporation?
I want to tell them to continue this connectivity to every community, to every state, every local government. This is a very, very good form of transportation, especially to move goods and services safely. Tankers falling on people, tankers burning here and there. Rail service can, save us from this nightmare. So we want to encourage them to continue to do and make it safe so that more people can take it, consider it as a alternative form of transportation. We don't want bandits attack, and we don't want trains derailing. So this shutdown was for maintenance and for checks. So it's a welcome idea. So we just want to encourage them to continue the connectivity till they get to every inch of this country.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you heard him say till you get to every inch of this country. Mukhtar, thank you very much, and our heart goes to you and your community. We pray that the needed security and supply of everything that is needed to get the people back to their livelihood will come soonest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Priye?
Yeah.
Here we are.
Yes, here we are. It's a very good place to draw the curtain, and it's a very fantastic conversation we've had on the program today, and I look forward to having the same come tomorrow.
Oh,
thanks for watching. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale.
Okay, thank you to everyone out there. Remember, go join us, be part of this particular conversation. Go to all the social media platforms. It's SOUQ News Television. SOUQ, S-O-U-Q, Television. Click, follow, like, and most importantly, share. Let's do this again. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Have yourself a beautiful Monday.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Richest is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen promises. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. You have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So What I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. The supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that would do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of the things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? We're not Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's got to do with the kind of coach. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But realism says first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduje's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know. The process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed, consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agents. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who has been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now, as they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation have been increased to 60%. But what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NELFON. So NELFON is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NELFON, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NELFON. Well, all these have been put aside. It's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NELFON will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASEMI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%, and NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NELFON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON, NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. and then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELCO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third fund, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Well, you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from this tax rate. We are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country, who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are first to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. I even that provision has been made perfectly. I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing, my personal choice too. because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for rich. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever Group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. my core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what? Let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that is spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they won't take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do it? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Wole Soyinka. Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has disbursed a total of $1.25 billion to all sector players for the importation of petroleum products and related items between January and March 25th. This move comes as four marketers continue to import petrol despite the increasing output from the Dangote Refinery. According to data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, 69% of 21 billion liters of petrol consumed between August 2024 and early October 2025 were imported. The Central Bank's quarterly report revealed that $457.8 million was released in January, $283.4 million in February, and $517.55 million in March. Experts observe that these fluctuations in foreign exchange disbursements highlight the competition between the Dangote Refinery and fuel importers as marketers continue to prioritize affordability over local sourcing. Despite the refinery's capacity to meet domestic demand, price differentials, global oil trends, and exchange rate pressures continue to influence Nigeria's downstream petroleum market. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinated Minister of Economy, Wale Edu, has expressed optimism that the nation's economy is on a firm recovery path. In an opinion piece titled Nigeria Turning Towards Prosperity, Edu stated that the toughest phase of the country's economic challenges is over and that key reforms under President Bola Tinubu's administrations are yielding measurable results. They highlighted that the gross domestic product grew by 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025, while inflation declined to 18.2% after 6 months of steady reduction. The naira has also gained strength, appreciating to 1,457 naira 6 kobo to $1 per dollar, while foreign exchange reserves have risen above $47 trillion, the highest level since 2019. Agricultural advocate Mustafa Nuhu Wali has called on northern leaders, traditional leaders, and private sectors to take full ownership of the federal government's Green Imperative program, describing it as a national lifeline for food security and agricultural transformation in the north. Wali emphasized that regional commitment, not federal dependence, will determine the success of the initiative designed to mechanize farming and boost productivity. Launched in 2019 under former President Muhammadu Buhari, the 10-year Nigeria-Brazil partnership aimed to deliver over 10,000 tractors and establish 774 service centers across the country. However, only limited progress has been achieved due to weak regional engagement and lack of counterpart funding. Commending President Bola Tinubu's renewed push to commercialize the program by 2025, Wali urged northern states to create Green Imperative and Implementation Desk and prioritize youth and women training in mechanized agriculture. Now, India's economic growth prospect for the fiscal year 2026 remains strong, according to the government's September economic report. The report highlights a combination of robust domestic demand, lower inflation levels, and a favorable monsoon season as the key factors supporting the country's continued expansion. Authorities also credited recently introduced consumption tax cut for boosting household spending and strengthening purchasing power across key sectors such as manufacturing, retail, and services. These policies, analysts say, are expected to create a more stable environment for job creation and private investment as the country enters the second half of the fiscal year. Oil prices climbed earlier today after economic officials from the United States and China reached a trade deal framework, easing fears that prolonged tensions between the world's top oil consumers could slow global economic growth. Brent crude futures increased by 47 cents to 0.71% to $66.41 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate rose by 44 cents to $61.94 across report. Both sides outlined a substantial agreement that would suspend a 100% tariff on Chinese goods and defer China's restrictions on rare earth exports. The breakthrough follows weeks of diplomatic engagement with officials from Washington and Beijing expected to hold 40 meetings in both countries to finalize the terms. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Please stay with us.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and a magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in the Arab world and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries, such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for it. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing this machine. We have this time, so you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not
not the soft, strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this technique outside to show us an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how tough the market is, there are influx of it's going on. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, about people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you not see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, we can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. It's an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Big tobacco companies are aggressively marketing new nicotine products such as vapes, pouches, and the likes to Nigerian youth, disguising them rather as safer alternatives under the so-called harm reduction campaign. The Nigerian Tobacco Control Alliance, NTCA, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, CAPA, and Gatefield have issued an urgent call for the federal government to intervene because they warn that local and foreign industry fronts are exploiting weak regulations to target students, a deceptive strategy that threatens to reverse public health gains and create a new generation of addicts. The core question raised is whether these products will represent genuine harm reduction or simply harm rebranded. The group highlights that many other countries have already banned these products due to health and ethical concerns. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have Emmanuel Amolo. So glad to have you on Just Africa today.
Yes, another interesting week, and we're starting our week on a very, very high note because it's a campaign that many of us didn't even realize is going on. The scourge amongst our young people, and we know the young population is the heart of the continent. If they are facing these challenges and they don't even know that it is a challenge, I think the job we're doing here is very, very important, highlighting these things and then seeing how we can fix the problem. Talking about a nicotine addiction and then the fact that there's a deliberate act by the producers of these things to get our young population addicted, I think is not something we should push over.
Yes, while this is also some sort of allegation, I hope that our guest, but also I remember years back, there was this debate about shisha smoking, whether it's actually harmful. Some people call it flavored smoke. it's just smoke that you're inhaling.
Yes.
And there was a report that came out that one smoke or one puff of shisha is about 100 cigarettes.
I did see that conversation, and I know at some point a couple of people I know decided to switch to, those shisha smoking, and then thought it was going to be healthier, and then those ones who wanted to quit smoking started using vapes.
And
at the end of the day, look, it's not natural. Our bodies are organic, right? And whatever it is that is not organic shouldn't necessarily go into it. And then smoke on its own, when it goes into your system, does a lot of damage. Even no matter how colorful or how flavorful it sounds, it's smoke. It shouldn't be in your system. It's like oxygen that you take, for example. There's a reason why you have to pass out another set of air to go out of your system. It's not meant to just stay there. And then you now inhale this smoke, whatever variant that it comes, and then you think you're having... I don't know. I don't want to come judge people, but at the end of the day, we'll do our best that it's not healthy.
And don't you think it's rather amazing that there is no single advert of any nicotine product? I mean, even on the packs, it's written there that smokers are like, and yet the consumption rate is increasing.
Unless it's an addiction. So I think there's something in it that makes you hooked into it. So I think maybe it hits one part of your brain that tells you need to go get it, otherwise you don't get okay. Because other than that, I mean, the next campaign we're talking about is maybe alcohol. Because there's no health benefit to this. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to judge people. If that's what you want to do as your own, whatever it is that's going to kill you, because everybody dies, right? But I mean, we'll just do our best to,
All right, so Nigerian public health progress is under threat as local and foreign tobacco industry groups secretly market new nicotine products, such as vapes, pouches, heated tobacco, to youth under the guise of harm reduction. The Nigerian Tobacco Control Alliance, NTCA, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, CAPA, and Gatefield have issued a warning stating these campaigns exploit weak enforcement and policy loopholes. The immediate objective is to expose these deceptive tactics and call for urgent policy action, stronger taxation, and public awareness to protect young Nigerians from a new wave of addiction. Now, this episode of Just Africa will uncover how tobacco industry's deceptive harm reduction campaigns threaten to reverse Nigeria's progress in public health and youth protection. Today on Just Africa, we will have NTCA coordinator Olawale Makonjola discuss the necessary steps to close the policy gaps enabling this industry infiltration. But before that, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring in our guest. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. So today's topic centers around how foreign and local tobacco interests are targeting youth. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Olawale Makonjola. Now, Olawale Makonjola serves as Alliance Coordinator of Nigerian Tobacco Control Alliance, NTCA, with extensive experience in tobacco control advocacy and youth protection campaign. He will help us understand how industry-backed programs masquerade as public health efforts and what Nigeria must do to close policy and enforcement gap. This enables the dangerous infiltration. So glad to have you, Olawale Makonjola.
Thank you so much. I'm also happy to be here. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for having us. So let's set the context straight, right? Now, NTCA, CAPA, and Gatefield have accused both local and foreign groups of using harm reduction, to guise nicotine marketing. So what evidence do we have that Nigerian youth and students are the target?
Okay, thank you so much. So recently, we've seen an increase in a pseudo aggressive marketing of nicotine-based products by the tobacco industry. And why I said pseudo is because we have a law in place in Nigeria, that is the National Tobacco Control Act of 2015, slightly amended in 2019, that actually bans tobacco advertising and promotions and including sponsorship. So what that means is that tobacco or nicotine-based, production companies or marketers or anybody involved in that are not allowed to advertise tobacco products to Nigerians, especially young people. So, because there are certain sections in the National Tobacco Control Act that actually, and it's so explicit, inciting areas where tobacco should not be marketed near schools or targeting young people. So what these people have done is to come up with new ways of endearing themselves to young people, and they do this via emerging tobacco products, which are not like the conventional, tobacco products that were actually captured in the law. So now what they are doing is to market nicotine-based products through shisha, through e-cigarettes, through vapes, different kind of, products. And they use this to target young people. And for some of those people that are still, involved in the act of smoking, now we are not saying, you should, go look for an alternative like, oh, tobacco causes you harm, so you need to reduce it. So what they are doing now is to offer alternatives to cessation because that is what the law states. It says the law is saying that, see, there should be structures around cessation for people currently addicted to nicotine, and we are saying people should quit, not that people should reduce, the level of smoking. So what these companies are doing is to say, oh, rather than you quit, we can offer you an alternative, which is still nicotine based, which is the addictive component in all tobacco products, and they are using that as an alternate to people like, okay, you cannot be addicted to the conventional cigarette, but you can be addicted to this. So this is more slightly, this is less dangerous, and that is an anomaly in our own opinion, and we think it's another form of marketing alternatives, to young people, and they are actually doing that, by organizing fake and seminars, trying to work, with people both in the inside and outside of government into saying, oh, you don't need to get so much involved in cessation. You can actually do offer harm reduction in place, which is actually a false narrative, and that is why the Nigerian Tobacco Control Alliance, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation in Africa, and of course Gatefield, who are stakeholders in the tobacco control movement in Nigeria, actually stood against that. That is why we are standing against, this position, by the tobacco industry in targeting young people.
All right, Olawale, now I understand what the campaign is all about. You are not up for reduction. You are up for total quitting, eradication of it. But even among drug addicts in rehab, the progress is slow. It's a gradual process. So you're saying that it's, and these companies are saying, okay, we are promoting reduction, harm reduction, but you're saying quit automatically. Don't you think that's rather too high to aim? If you look at it, we're aiming too high by saying just quit it instead of reduce it and try and find how you can automatically quit.
So one thing we should make clear about their narrative of harm reduction is and cessation. So what cessation actually says is that you can stop smoking, the nicotine addiction, and there are actually cessation programs that, just like when you are doing rehabilitation for people involved in narcotics. So cessation programs are actually lined up. There are cessation clinics that will offer you, drugs that will reduce tobacco or let me say nicotine addiction within your system through a couple of weeks that would lead you to that point where you feel that you do not need that nicotine addiction. However, harm reduction is simply saying that, oh, instead of you to stop smoking cigarettes, oh, you can actually switch to this, which is actually less addictive like nicotine. So it's more like, oh, don't smoke, but you can actually take this. So it's an alternative. But the word harm reduction says that, oh, this one is not as dangerous as the conventional tobacco product. So, there is nothing new. That it's not the same as a narcotic rehabilitation, program. It's like somebody involved in marijuana, and you're saying, no, I can offer you something less, potent than marijuana. So you don't have to take, the other one, but you can take this one instead. That's basically what this industry is marketing to young people. And aside from, using harm reduction as a cover, you know, they are also branding this so-called alternatives tied to harm reduction in such a way that young people are actually endeared, they're attracted, to this, nicotine-based alternatives are now being marketed as fancy, there are some marketed as fancy pens, some like, lipsticks or, makeup products. Some are branded as, oh, candy based or flavored tobacco and all of that. So these are some of the things that we are actually campaigning against. There must be a stop, to this covert or illegal way of targeting people and offering them, nicotine alternatives compared to the conventional, products.
Okay, so Mr. Mark Controller, part of the campaign runs through a Sweden model. I think Sweden model. Please run us through that model and why you think Nigeria needs to adopt it or why we haven't adopted it.
Globally, the tobacco problem has always been there. And, unlike in the global south where we are, the global north and, some of these advanced countries have actually had their own fair share of, the tobacco problem. And according to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, it's a global document led by the WHO where countries actually signed up to reduce, the tobacco prevalence, across the world. And each country that actually signed up and domesticated that framework convention on tobacco control. So Sweden was one of those countries that actually keyed into domesticating the FCTC, and they went hard on the industry involved in that business because it's a multi-million-dollar industry. So what Quit Like Sweden actually offered was the model in Quit Like Sweden, which was contextual to them, but in terms of actual data around that, the Quit Like Sweden model did not actually prove that, oh, there was a reduction in smoking rates in amongst their population, not because of the program, but rather because of the strong tobacco control laws in place. So a lot of data manipulation are taking place, but the industry are two-faced. They will say, oh, we're working with authorities in reducing the numbers. However, they also come up with that strategy of offering alternatives. So according to their claims, which we have verified, is oh, the Quit Like Sweden model, which they are offering to Nigeria, or which they are asking, Nigeria to adopt, actually helped in reducing the smoking rate in Sweden. Actually, that is false. Smoking rate in Sweden actually happened because of the government's determination, in enforcing strong tobacco control laws, in Sweden, not because of the Quit Like Sweden model. So And in the industry have lobbies, they have public relations strategies, so they were able to implant their own story to say, oh, this worked in Sweden, then we can actually export it out. But that has been proven to be false. So, and that is why we are saying that in Nigeria we need a more contextual approach rather than copy, from a country where even their data, the laws on ground has actually proven that it didn't work, rather something else did, than for us to adopt such a position.
Sticking with the laws, yeah. We have the NCCA. That's the act that was done in 2015, and then tweaked a bit, just like you mentioned, in 2019. What part of that act has not necessarily been affected or effective, because we still see a level of addiction in the system?
Okay, so I would not want to speak to what part of the law that has not been um, effective. All parts of the law has been effective, but everything boils down to, our commitment as Nigerians. There's the citizens part of it, and also the government side of things. But one thing that I would like to say is that, each and every stakeholder involved, in tobacco control implementation in Nigeria, we are actually striving to make sure that every part of the law is, effective. But like I said, there's so many obstacles for we to get in full to that point where we would have, full implementation. And part of it is government's commitment to, increase funding, for tobacco control implementation in Nigeria, and also for states. Nigeria is a federal system, so there are some laws that at the federal level, can be enforced and implemented, but there is also the need for states to also ratify such laws and, to allow them come into force, at the local level. So that is why we are, as tobacco control advocates, we are pushing both at the national and at the sub-national level to make sure that some of those things actually come to fruition. So I'll say something, for example. So there's the smoke-free component of the law that actually bans smoking in public places. You would have seen signs at airports or public places about, oh, you cannot smoke here, you cannot do this, in public. But even you find people in, I don't want to tag any organization, but you find people, breaking this part of the law. And in terms of, even enforcement, there is no will from anybody. So a whole lot of us are still exposed to secondhand smoking, which is not supposed to be. So, if government steps up their commitment, they are doing their best. But what every body needs is, if there is a right, level of funding for, tobacco control, we'll get to a state where we will be able to compare ourselves to other model countries, across Africa and the rest of the world. Mind you, one critical obstacle to full implementation has been the act of, the tobacco industry. Like I said, this is it's a multi-million or billion industry, so nobody will want to give up their rights to their profit. So as we as tobacco control advocates are working, the industry is also working to stifle some of, our activities. So it's always been there. It's like a Tom and Jerry situation. One is pushing and one is pushing back.
All right, thank you very much, Olawale. But globally, over 43 countries have banned nicotine vaping products, and 26 others, restricted heated tobacco. Why has Nigeria not taken similar measures?
So now, I like to use this phrase, popularly used on TikTok, technology, in some economies, vaping products are as a result of improvements in R&D, on the industry side. So when the FCTC was ratified, there was nothing like e-cigarettes. That was not the technology at that time. But the industry has actually latched, they've exploited that loophole to come up with new products. Now, for the countries that are banned, they are countries where, some of those products actually come from. So it's easier for them to start saying that, no, we do not need these are not, and that means they had amendments to their laws to actually capture new and emerging products like vapes and when FCTC was ratified, we had what we call patches, but now it's even electronically delivered. So that is what the industry is exploiting in Nigeria. And because our law does not actually cover a ban on that, we had a list of products that are banned, but to be sincere, all of these new products were not captured in that. So that allows them to market, and that prevents us from, totally enforcing a ban on such products. So we are not sitting and waiting. We are also working with other stakeholders into making sure that we have another amendment, to that would actually see us capture every new and emerging product so that we can have, a ban in place and also have processes where it will be enforced and implemented.
All right, so if I may ask, what weaknesses in enforcement or regulatory oversight make Nigeria particularly vulnerable, to some of these tactics?
Okay, so we need stronger, stronger law. We need a more determined approach, to implementation. We need stronger enforcement on the side of regulatory agencies. We also need, more commitment, from, regulatory agencies in trying to, prevent the industry from gaining more influence. And on the citizen side, we also need, for us to be more informed about our rights, in the case of, smoking and other related, practices around us. So that is what we need. So every law will have its own weakness, but our citizens, our commitment is more important in making sure that it works.
I like the fact that you came through the citizens part, because at the end of the day, regular parlance, many of us just have coconut head, right? So if you have on the package of a cigarette, for example, and then it says, this product is dangerous to your health. Advertising, they ban it to a certain time, so, kids don't have it. And yet, it is still there. What else can we do other than just banning advertising, right? Or, for example, limiting the access to it? What else can be done?
Sorry, I was muted there. I think the best we can do is for us to continue as now. I'll speak to everybody, as stakeholders, to understand why, control is very, very important. And we as advocates, excuse me, we have not stopped talking about the need, for better implementation. We have not stopped talking about the need, for us to do better, more investment, strong, taxation. Because one of the things that we feel government can do better is if we have strong taxation policies, especially around these products. If it's more expensive to buy, a whole lot of people will look at their pockets and say, no, I'd rather not smoke, I'd rather eat. But because some of those products still come very cheap, and that's why people still, go for them. So if all of those things are considered, and as citizens, it will also be nice, for us to start putting, remembering that, okay, if I am at the airport or a bus station, I don't need to expose, people, to my own, selfish, desires. And also, in reducing tobacco will save government a lot of money. We've seen a surge in cases of cancer, so we can actually, use this as a moment, for us to reduce, the burden of, tobacco on our public health system. So these are some of the things that we should consider.
Okay. Thank you very much, Olawale Makojola, for your insight, and of course, thank you for joining Just Africa. All right, so we have been discussing how foreign and local tobacco interests are targeting Nigerian youth with Olawale Makojola, Alliance Coordinator of the Nigerian Tobacco Control Alliance, NTCA. To safeguard public health, Nigeria must strengthen its regulatory framework for new nicotine products, bringing in line with international standards. Critically, we must develop public health solutions that are tailored to our own social and local realities, avoiding a simple replication narratives from nations with high rates of nicotine addiction. The goal is clear: to prevent new forms of addiction from infiltrating the lives of young Nigerians. We're going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. Now, across Africa, the battle for children's nutrition has entered a dangerous phase for the first time in history. Global childhood obesity now exceeds undernutrition. According to UNICEF's Feeding Profit Report, ultra-processed food, UPFS, and sugary beverages are rapidly replacing traditional nutrient-rich diets, driven by aggressive marketing, low prices, and policy loopholes that fail to protect vulnerable consumers. Now, this shift threatened not just child health, but the continent's future workforce, productivity, and healthcare sustainability. This episode of Just Africa seeks to unpack how Africans can reshape its food environment to protect children and adolescents. The objective is to explore evidence-based policy actions, from food marketing restrictions and taxes on healthy products to stronger labeling and social protection systems that can rebalance diets and curb rising obesity trends. Now, on this segment of discussion is reshaping Africa's food environment for child nutrition and health. Joining us on this discussion is Christiane Rudet, Regional Advisor on Nutrition, UNICEF Eastern and Southern Africa. So glad to have you, Christiane Rudet.
Thank you very much for having me, and delighted to talk about this topic with SOUQ News today.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. So let's start off. Now, the Feeding Report, How Food Environments Are Failing Children report, shows that in 2025, now for the first time, global childhood obesity exceeded underweight. How did this research reach tipping point, and what does it reveal about how food environment has evolved in Africa?
Indeed, that's a great question. And it's not that we didn't see this coming. We did see this tipping point coming. And the trend shows that while underweight among children under 5 has been steadily declining since 2000, overweight among children 5 to 19 has more than doubled, from 194 million children to 391 million. And the global and regional responses have remained inadequate and insufficient. So globally, by 2025, obesity at 9.4% overtook underweight in school-aged children and adolescents. Now, in sub-Saharan Africa, around 58 million children under 19 are overweight, including 18 million living with obesity. And without urgent action, obesity will also overtake underweight by 2027 in sub-Saharan Africa among school-aged children. How did we reach this? Well, this situation is driven by rapid retail expansion and globalization of food. We are seeing communities being saturated by cheap, ultra-processed foods, sugary beverages, fast food. And this, in Africa, urbanization and this commercialization, this globalization of food systems are replacing traditional markets that sell real food with fast food outlets, supermarkets, kiosks selling packaged foods. We have done some analysis of the trends, and we see that up to 40%, for example, in Tanzania, we have seen a 40% surge in these ultra-processed foods and sugary drinks. And 8 to 10 of the foods on the shelves in Tanzania and also Zimbabwe and many other countries are these ultra-processed, convenient, unhealthy foods.
So it's ironic because before now, we would have said, oh, a child who is looking very skinny is not eating well. And then you need to feed them well so that they can look bulky. Now they look fat, and then we're seeing another kind of problems. What are the health implications of some of these foods, ultra-processed foods, that our children are exposed to and then they consume?
So a child who consumes a lot of unhealthy, ultra-processed foods, high in sugar, saturated fats, high in salt, develops many health issues. First of all, of course, overweight and obesity, which is a problem that drives a lot of non-communicable diseases like diabetes and heart disease, hypertension. And these conditions are showing up earlier and earlier. And a child who was overweight and obese in childhood has a much higher risk to have these conditions later. We also see issues of mental health, bullying, stigma, and school performance, but also employment performance can really suffer. And then, of course, for the society, the costs are huge. The costs of non-communicable diseases that are driven by rising rates of overweight and obesity cost economies trillions of dollars through healthcare costs, lost employment, mental health costs, and many other factors that make this a really expensive proposition for the economies of a continent where we cannot lose so much of our economy to a health condition that is preventable.
So are there, okay, I mean, it's obvious, right? So corporate organizations tend to do advertising, use different platforms to create this impression that whatever it is they are selling are healthier to kids without telling you the implications of it. How have they been able to convince the young children, even the parents, that these are healthy foods?
Well, the strategies are multiple and they're smart. I mean, you have very aggressive marketing that makes the products desirable, not necessarily calling them healthy, but calling them, making them aspirational, happiness, fun, social life, all of that. Yeah. So these are some of the tactics using a lot of digital media. We have been looking at this using influencers and, of course, embedding the products into schools. So you have a school environment both inside the school and outside the school that are becoming more and more saturated with these products. And the marketing tactics are very clever to make the products aspirational with using the tactics that I mentioned. And we've been really looking at this to see exactly how this is being done. And this is reaching even rural communities that may not have as much access to to shops, to markets, and to digital media. But the techniques of bringing the foods around schools also gets children hooked and creates that aspiration for these products.
All right, thank you very much. Now, according to UNICEF's Feeding Profit report, it highlights inequities. Poor children are more exposed to cheap, ultra-processed food, while healthy foods remain unaffordable. How can government bridge this nutritional inequality?
So we have seen, of course, as you say, that the ultra-processed global market foods are becoming more and more cheaper as the real foods become more and more expensive. So first, we think we need governments to act across multiple systems: the food system, the health system, education, social protection, the fiscal aspects of government. First, we think that governments should redirect some of the subsidies and incentives that they give to commodity crops like refined grains, sugars, oils, towards the local production, minimal processing and distribution of healthy, nutritious, nutrient-dense foods, especially for small children. Small children need, small quantities, but very highly nutritious, nutrient-dense foods. So at least some of the subsidies could be redirected towards making healthy foods more affordable. So secondly, fiscal policies can play a corrective role by taxing unhealthy foods. And you were talking about tobacco taxes before, alcohol taxes, so all these health taxes. Using that revenue from these taxes could subsidize and provide these incentives for healthy foods, and could subsidize social protection programs that also make sure that the poorest families are able to access healthy food, so with targeted social protection measures. And then finally, our Feeding Profit report urges governments to protect the policy spaces for food policy from food industry interference, to prevent commercial forces from shaping children's diets. The marketing that I talked about in all the different spaces, including schools, is really having a major role to shape children's diets towards these unhealthy foods.
All right, thank you. Now, from the same report, one of the recommendations is enforcing International Code of Marketing of breast milk substitute. How well are African countries implementing this, and what barriers remain?
So we have the WHO UNICEF report, the state of the code, and it says that 34 countries in Africa have adopted aspects of the code. Only 15 have adopted the full measures of the code. 18 countries have no legal measures at all, so they haven't passed any national laws. But even those that have laws, the implementation remains quite inadequate and inconsistent. So you have weak monitoring systems, you have many industry violations, and you have a lack of effective legal sanctions. So those are some of the barriers. If the sanction is only a very small fine, the companies just budget for those fines and keep on violating the laws.
Yeah.
So we urge governments to enact regulations that are effective, that have teeth, that go with these national laws, have an effective monitoring system, and then consequences when violations are found. In countries that have very strong sanctions, where in some cases the CEO of a company might even go to jail, or the company gets deregistered, or really effective sanctions, the companies themselves, the industry sees this as an effective barrier to expanding their market. We see it as effective enforcement of legislation that actually helps protect children.
All right, Christian, earlier on you mentioned, you suggested that a government should try as much as possible to subsidize some of these food, homegrown food. So how do you think the government can wade in subsidizing, whether it's whole grain, against importation? Because, I mean, for Nigeria, we consume a lot of, or most of the foods we consume are imported. So how can the government, create this balance?
So one of the initiatives that we think will really be a game changer is a new initiative that was launched last month in Benin. It's called First Foods Africa. And governments have a vital role to support initiatives like that. So First Foods Africa will, it has three main pillars that will, first of all, incentivize local production of safe, nutritious, age-appropriate, affordable, sustainable first foods made in Africa with local ingredients. And this should receive investment from the government, but also investment from commercial entities and IFIs and philanthropies that can help de-risk the investments to local African companies. So we're aiming to build a big network of suitable African companies. We did an expression of interest, reaching out to 1,500 companies in 14 countries, including Nigeria. And we're now screening those companies for the kinds of portfolio that they make, as well as the financial viability to then recommend them for investment. This blended finance this blended type of investment that governments can also strongly support. And then give them not only investment, but also technical assistance and business advisory services that will help them compete, will help them make those nutritious foods, those healthy foods, aspirational for communities, make them widely available, and really make them reach every corner of the country, just like the unhealthy foods do. Governments can also align their policies and standards to protect young children. This would include the safety, the nutrition quality, the labeling, marketing, regulations, and trade and fiscal incentives to give them tax breaks, for example, if they are making healthy foods that young children need. And of course, governments can put in place policies to link nutritious foods to social protection and humanitarian pipelines for the most vulnerable. And governments can support social marketing that uses the same kind of tactics that commercial marketing uses to really make those locally produced healthy foods aspirational as well for families to buy them for their children and to celebrate culturally familiar local foods that are coming from your country rather than all this imported stuff.
So, Dr. Rodot, I do see that some campaign has already been done by UNICEF in communities. However, are there evidences to show that, some of the advocacies you do, like front of package labeling, taxes, restrictions to some kind of marketing to people, have there evidences to show that these work? Have you seen any of them?
Yes, there's a lot of evidence that shows that they do work. So I'm just giving you some figures here. So, for example, in South Africa, there was a sugar tax already several years ago, a sugar levy. It was set lower than WHO recommends. WHO recommends that the levy should be at least 20%, and in fact, their new initiative to try and fill some of the gap of development finance actually proposes 50% levy to generate a lot of revenue. In South Africa, this 10%, 11% levy cut sugary beverage purchases by almost 30%. And it halved the sugar content of packaged foods because companies, when they are set a tax, they will reduce the level of sugar to stay below the threshold of the tax. So they reformulate the products. If you go through a South African supermarket, a lot of the marketing on the package is lower sugar, low sugar, no sugar. So it means the companies adjust the formulation of the products because these mandatory regulations come in. We have a lot of evidence also from Chile and from Mexico, which shows that the warning labels and marketing restrictions reduce the exposure. We know children are highly susceptible to advertising.
Yes.
It reduced the exposure by over 70%. It reduced purchases, and of course spurred the reformulation as well. Same for Mexico. And even in lower income households, because people always say, oh, well, things will become expensive for the poor. But the companies also, they make different products, and the poor, they reduce their purchases of unhealthy foods. And we know that as countries' economies grow, it's more and more the poor of the population who are increasingly buying these unhealthy foods and becoming more and more impacted by overweight and obesity. So the purchases in Mexico benefited, the reduction of purchases benefited the poorer populations even more.
All right, Christiana, I want to read out a comment from one of our followers on YouTube. He's asking a question. He says, what is then the acceptable weight for a child as regard to their age, and what is the required weight for an adult, and when exactly can it be called obesity?
So there are very carefully developed standards that the World Health Organization has indicated for different ages, based on extensive research and evidence of how a healthy child would grow and how much they should weigh relatively to their height and to their age. So these standards are set by the World Health Organization, and they for different ages set what the right weight should be, what is below normal, and what is above normal. And this varies by if it's a girl or a boy, and of course varies by age. So all of those standards are available. Of course, for adults, we have the body mass index that sets standards for adults of overweight above 25%. Above 25, of course, is considered overweight. Above 30 is considered obese. And that is based on the height and the weight of the person. These are set as global standards because they're based on evidence that has been gathered from many different countries. So sometimes people might say, oh, but our people are different. But remember that the standards are compiled based on extensive surveys of populations, wide population surveys, that set those standards then through the median of all different populations that were studied.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Now, beyond regulation, UNICEF calls for social and behavioral changes initiative. What models or programs have successfully helped families and communities shift towards healthier diet?
So social and behavior change draws on social science that looks at behavioral insights and what motivates people to change their behaviors. And we always say that social and behavior change on its own cannot really get very far unless you also work on the environment where people live and work and play and learn. So you need to do both at the same time. And social scientists who work on these, behavioral insights have been very clear that social behavior change on its own can neither make people eat healthier diets, more nutritious diets, nor stop eating the unhealthy diets. So you need to combine the social and behavior change with the food environment policies that we talk about, the sugar taxes, the labeling, marketing, school food environments. So our models of SBC, of course, in combination with those policies, they blend youth empowerment, so really working with young people so that they understand how their food environments are influencing them and what they can do. We mobilize and engage communities. We use human-centered design to engage people and use their own behavioral insights to help design the messages. And of course, we use commercial marketing tactics through social marketing to make the behaviors that we would like to see, the practices, aspirational, culturally relevant, and community-driven. So those are some of the ways in which we will design appropriate social and behavior change communication.
All right, Dr. Rodot. Speaking still on the behavioral changes and you know, I love when we try to translate our policies, but they are based on verifiable data, right? And data is very, very important because it allows you not to guess what the problems are, right? So countries need to fix the problem that UNICEF has spotted. What kind of data do they need to look out for and aggressively get so that they can make informed policies?
So in the report, we have called for standardized, robust, objective, and regularly collected indicators on children's, adolescents, and women's diets, including the proportion of diets, like what are the ultra-processed and unhealthy foods that people are consuming. And we have carefully designed indicators to ask people what they ate using 24-hour recall, for example. We also look, of course, at overweight and obesity trends, and we undertake surveillance of food environments, looking at the availability, the pricing, the marketing, the retail and school exposure to ultra-processed foods. The Tanzania and Zimbabwe studies I was referring to carefully photograph and assess all the packaged food in different kinds of retail environments to look at what is available, and of course looking at trends, to what extent, for example, have sales of unhealthy foods in different markets increased. We also urge that governments track the policy adoption and enforcement, and also track industry practices. Now, the data on the nutrition status of school-aged children and adolescents in many countries is actually missing. So that's a really important gap that needs to be filled.
Okay. So, I mean, still on it, doctor. Yeah, I understand data is very, very important, right? But I wanted to get your take on something that looks like another campaign, right? Genetically modified foods. Right here, we will say young people are being at the forefront of trying so hard to object eating anything that is genetically modified. What is your take, especially when you see that we need to get and eat healthier foods and it is competing with genetically modified foods? What is your take on that?
I'm not an expert on the details of the science, but I think any recommendations on GMOs need to be based on evidence, just like all the recommendations that we support. Does the particular form of genetic modification, does it harm health? And that is the main consideration. And I think there are different types. You modify the crop to be more resistant to drought. You can biofortify foods. You can do many different things. You can genetically modify the crop to be more resistant to certain pests or environmental conditions. Any recommendation that we make should be solidly based on evidence. Just like with ultra-processed foods, the evidence on health harms the body of evidence is still growing. But it's now becoming very clear with foods that there are very clear health harms. So the same applies to GMOs. As the body of evidence on the impacts on human health of different forms of genetic modification, that body of evidence is growing. then we will have clearer recommendations to say, no, this is bad for human health, and therefore we should avoid all GMOs. But if there are some aspects of modification that are actually health supporting or protecting, then we have to also convey that nuance that not every GMO is harmful, and maybe some things are more harmful than others. So I think there's not an easy answer of that's black and white here.
Okay. All right. So I mean, still with the young people, because I mean, since they are the future of the continent, right? How can we get them to actively participate in promoting some of these advocacies that UNICEF is pushing, especially in terms of eating healthier? How can they be participatory?
So we have some great examples, like the youth-led movement called Fix My Food, which is active in 18 countries, including South Africa. It really demonstrates how the voices of young people can really help shift norms, but also demand policy change. The initiative really equips young people to challenge the harmful industry tactics, to really understand how they are being manipulated to want to buy all this stuff, how their environment is full of unhealthy foods, how they are being bombarded with these in the digital space that so many young people occupy. And, to advocate for these changes through telling the story of their lived experience of their food environment, not necessarily all the technical jargon that people like me tend to use. And we don't... We train young people to not to be mini nutritionists, but we really empower them to tell their own stories. And I'll just give you one example of South Africa. The Fix My Food young people collected over 5,000 survey responses from other young people. And in that survey, 86% of the young people surveyed really supported junk food marketing restrictions. We don't want to be bombarded with all these adverts. And 64% of them calling for warning labels on the packages that signpost and make it really clear for people to know what is an unhealthy food. They also collected a lot of signatures in an open letter to the Ministry of Health to also support the legislation that the Ministry of Health is now trying to push through and is struggling with the industry interference that is happening. It's taking time. The intent is to derail that legislation. But the young people are also keeping up the pressure for the legislation to be passed.
All right, thank you very much, Christiana. Now, stopping some of these junks into the country might be a bit hard because they keep coming in and Nigerians have this insatiable appetite. So how can the government, do you think that there should be some form of quality control to safeguard some of these things coming into the country? Secondly, what role can schools and teachers play in creating a healthier, balanced diet?
So let me start with the safeguards. Of course, it's I know that there is a whole thing of tariffs happening right now, which we don't necessarily think is the right way. But if a country and all the neighbors, so this is where I think engaging regional economic communities in Southern Africa, it's the Southern Africa Development Community. There are different development, economic communities can set regional standards, regional strategies. And for example, the SOUQ community has a regional strategy on the policy measures that governments should put in place. Promoting and incentivizing local is one way, but putting in place the taxes, the front of pack labels, the marketing restrictions, those are all effective measures. So if a company imports something that doesn't comply with the labeling restrictions and is marketing an imported product is violating the country's marketing restrictions. So I think, short of trying to prevent those products coming into a country, which is difficult to do, we have a globalized economy, but putting national legislation in your country and hopefully the neighbors as well, this will be one of the most effective ways. And to me, one of the benchmarks of effectiveness of a measure is the extent to which the industry lobbies against it and the amount of dollars they spend lobbying against these measures. So it's mainly these that WHO, the taxes, the marketing restrictions, the front of pack labels that signpost that a product is unhealthy, and regulations on what's allowed to be sold and marketed in and around schools. Those are the most effective measures that the World Health Organization, again, has gathered evidence for.
Okay.
So,
all right. Okay. Please go ahead.
The second question was schools, right?
Yes, schools, school teachers.
So I think schools can be very important platform for really bringing about good nutrition habits in children and transforming habits, because children are in school a lot of the time. They spend a lot of their day in school. The school can help shape nutrition literacy, and food preferences can help set good norms around eating, but you need to align a school food environment with national policies. So junk food should not be marketed in schools, around schools. Of course, the school meals need to be healthy. And we know that, of course, we have what we call corporate capture, where companies will donate a breakfast item for a school. But that's often an unhealthy item. It could be an overly sweetened yogurt or a cereal or drinks. So you capture that audience in the school. So keeping that out of school is really important. Teachers can also encourage discussion and critical thinking about food advertising, food choices, and so on. There was a study in the US where one group was given the standard nutrition education, eat healthy food. The other group they discussed how they're being manipulated by advertising, and then they observed which group reduced their consumption of unhealthy foods more, and it was the group that had discussed how they're being manipulated by the advertising and the food environments. So we think that the school can really play an important role. South Africa, I'd like to again just mention, is leading the way in the Eastern and Southern Africa region where I work by developing a blueprint for improving school food environments, which is now being implemented and is also being evaluated to see if it works.
All right, so Christiana, I was going to ask this question before you mentioned South Africa. So now, apart from South Africa, can you share other examples of countries that have achieved measurable progress, in Africa?
Yes, there are some, and I have to admit that I'm more familiar with Eastern and Southern Africa than other parts of the continent. And we have a number of good examples. South Africa is of course leading the way. So South Africa has a health promotion levy, but Tanzania is progressing with its policy to put in place that levy. Botswana, Comoros, Zambia have low-level levies, but there's always potential to increase them. And then in Zimbabwe and Kenya, there's also some taxes that cover junk food, fast food. Warning labels is something that several countries are now beginning to work on. South Africa is struggling to push it forward, but Kenya is working on one as well, and Tanzania and Ethiopia. Uganda as well. So there are more and more countries. More and more countries are working on these.
All right, sorry to cut you short. I did not hear you mention Nigeria. Any particular reason? What are we lacking? Where are we lacking? What sector, what area are we lacking behind in Nigeria?
I'm not so familiar with Nigeria, unfortunately, but at least our office has now started to undertake the landscape of analysis of the policies that should be in place and compare them with what is in place. Yeah, I think if I may be speaking out of turn, but I think Nigeria has to really catch up with some of the other countries around. I know Ghana has been working on some of these policies as well, but I think it's imperative that the government and other partners in Nigeria also really move forwards to undertake the landscape analysis, to undertake an analysis of how much overweight and obesity and the associated chronic illnesses cost the Nigeria health system and economy, and really make the case on the return on investment if Nigeria will put in place these measures, including the revenue that the government may be able to generate from the health taxes.
What I can acknowledge, though, because like I said, I understand that you're a regional head, so perhaps West Africa may not be your forte, but I do acknowledge that Nigeria has tried to push for the front of label packaging for some of these products. I know it's a policy that goes on. However, how do you see, or what vision does UNICEF or WHO have in terms of food security while we are still trying to push for, availability of some of these healthy foods in comparison to, UPFs?
Yeah, so this is the dilemma that many countries face. It's a double burden. So countries like Nigeria still have a very high level of undernutrition in small children, but also in school-age children, similar to Ethiopia. So the two big population, highly populated countries are grappling with this double burden. So we need to have interventions that incentivize local, nutritious, nutrient-dense, healthy foods, real foods. We need investment and financing for those foods to make them more affordable, available, and desirable. But we also need to make sure that we have the appropriate policy measures in place to reduce the consumption of the unhealthy food. So the countries like Nigeria need to do both at the same time. It's not one or the other is more important. Every country is on that trajectory for overweight to become, to overtake undernutrition. And of course, the numbers are high in a country like Nigeria. The numbers of children who on the one hand are living in what we call child food poverty, are eating very inadequate diets, very low quality diets with very little of the healthy foods, the legumes, nuts, animal source foods, healthy ones, vegetables, fruits. Those diets are very inadequate for children to grow well. And at the same time, the nutrient poor, unhealthy foods are becoming more and more part of the diet and are actually displacing healthier foods. So children might be filled up with sort of empty calories and a lot of sugar and energy, but they're not getting nutritious foods that they need to grow well. So we actually need to address these two issues simultaneously and see them as two sides of the same coin.
All right, thank you very much, Christian Riddet, for your insight, and thank you for joining Just Africa.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Now, we have been discussing reshaping Africa's food environment for child nutrition and health with Christian Riddet, Regional Advisor Nutrition, UNICEF Eastern and Southern Africa, Regional Office Africa. Now, Africa stands at a nutritional crossroads between feeding report and feeding its future. Now, as Christian Riddet reminds us, transforming food environment is not just a health imperative, but a moral and developmental one. Africa's food environments are failing children through poor regulation, aggressive marketing, and unaffordable healthy options. Governments must implement strong food policies and taxes on unhealthy products. Schools must become nutrition spaces. Parents and youth must demand accountability from industry shaping their diet. The behavioral change starts with awareness, and policy change must follow through courage.
I do know that the struggle is real, right? Because just like the last question I asked her, if I was a government, I have to deal with two major yardsticks. On one hand, I want to make sure there's enough food for my people to eat. At the same time, I have to now make sure the foods are healthy enough for them to eat so I can have a healthy population that can be productive. Now, here is what I am faced with. I don't have enough food. And then this one comes an alternative. It's not healthy, but I have a threshold that I need to meet so that my population can even work and then survive or exist. What do you now do? So it's enough for us to say, oh, create enough policies to tackle unhealthy foods, but do I have enough healthy foods to meet the target? That is what everybody is pondering right now, because I don't have enough. For example, in Africa, one of the things that we struggle is its desertification. Many of our farmlands are drying off. I had a conversation with Dr. Hidahosa one time, and he said, look, many of the encroachments that you see your cattle moving into people's farmlands is because where they normally would stay are drying out. So they are beginning to move down south, or perhaps towards where you can still get arable land. These are real challenges that they have to face. So it's not even enough to say, oh, let's go for healthy foods. How efficient or how sufficient are they, right? Because everybody wants to eat healthy, right? Or every sane person, because I don't know, if there's no how you want to preach it, so we still want to go for that, just like the tobacco thing. Many still want to go try that one. But if you can try to focus so much on having enough, right? Put so much of your resources to having enough, perhaps you can reduce the dependency of having those alternatives. And I like the fact that she also touched a bit about the GMOs, because it was on campaign that we needed to change people's mindset. Because at some point, the campaign was like, no, anything GMOs, let's not have it. I had to sit back to even do a bit of study. Look, there are reasons why our seeds or seedlings are genetically modified. Sometimes it could be because, they could be able to fight or withstand some kind of weather changes, climate change that we have. So we can have seeds that, even irrespective of whatever it is that's coming, they can still survive. Or they are resistant to some kind of pest that reduces the volume of your agricultural produce. It's not necessarily just to make these foods look like they can be sustainable for shelf life. No. Some of these things are genetically modified for other healthy benefits that we need. So, but then again, we do that a lot here when we have a conversation. We just generalize and say, oh, anything that is genetically modified, everything is bad. But then again, when we sit back and then we do more in-depth conversations, back it up with evidences, I think that is where many of us need to begin to look at if we need to get to food security. Genetically modified food, so that at least you have foods that don't waste when you produce them.
Another thing we might be also have to tackle with is fast food. Now, fast food is not necessarily luxury. Sometimes it's a necessity, especially for parents who do not have time to wake up in the morning and prepare something for their wards. They just see fast food as something, just buy a donut, a meat pie or something, and just put it in your child's pack, and you know.
You're good to go.
And even for the blue collars, I mean, 9 to 5, I mean, you do not cook. You don't have the luxury of waking up in the morning to cook. You can just go down to one eatery down there or fast food and have some burger or something. So it is something that we really need to start with the mind. Also, importing some of these things, it's something that the government has to sit down and fine-tune. If you say heavier tax, it's the consumer that will bear the burden. At the end of the day, they will just increase the prices. And we're a consuming nation. We consume a whole lot. So it's a whole lot of things that we all need to sit down and fine-tune. And also the rural areas. These people don't even have the luxury of even knowing what quality food is. They just eat
whatever they see. It's what's available that becomes desirable. I remember, speaking of this importation part, I remember when our former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, was talking about how he was able to help Dangote get to the point where he was. And then he asked him, how come you guys import? At least one of the loudest response was, it is cheaper to get these things. Now, I sat down to ask myself, how is it cheaper to import a finished good compared to you
Producing
putting
it
it in the
locally.
ground, it grows and everything? Because when you think about the process or the steps that a farmer puts something on the ground, it grows and it gets to your table, if you check the process, sometimes this thing takes months. It takes a lot of bottlenecks in between. Whereas, I might as well just go to one place where it already exists, it's a finished product, and I just import it, I just pay the duties. When he says it was cheaper, I had to sit down like, how about we think about it from the health side of it? It is cheaper to get these things in, but the cost implication when you begin to get health challenges is more. So whatever it is you are avoiding, rather than waiting for a healthy food to get to your table, what you are avoiding, you will now pay it back as medical fees. So you see, like, you didn't really win by getting cheaper for processed foods. What you lost in that place is what you are now going to, or rather, what you gained in that place is what you're going to lose in terms of what you now pay for your health. When you start get things like obesity, heart hypertension, heart-related ailments. So, I mean, it's not a win-win. It's not a win-win. At this point, what we need to do is perhaps, I'm sorry, I don't sound like a GMO advocate, but at this point, that is where we're looking at as an alternative. If I was a government, how about I get produce that can, say, last longer throughout a period where I can now farm another produce or harvest another one for just throughout the calendar cycle of a food. If it's yam, for example, how can I produce enough yam that will last me till I go around another circle of planting, harvesting, and then it becomes available again? I think that's where we should be looking at. And more of our science labs should key into something.
I think this is also a place where NAFDAC, they've been doing fantastic.
Okay.
They have been doing fantastic. They've been closing down certain places. They've been giving out reports that, this particular thing is dangerous, do not consume this. They're actually doing a whole lot. They can also do more, in helping Nigerians, educating Nigerians on certain things, on how to also live healthy. And this is where we draw the curtains for today's episode of Just Africa. I am Olumide Shokoya. See you next time.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work this award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the